Tulang. Tulang.
Udah ini.
Sudah.
Feeling so alone, I keep waiting for you, but you never come. Is this in my head? I don't know what to think. He knelt to the ground and pulled out a ring and said, "Marry me, Juliet. You never have to be alone. I love you, and that's all I really know. I talk to your dad, go pick out a white dress. It's a long story, baby. Just say yes." Cause we were both young when I first saw you. Well, I will call you darling, and everything will be okay. Cause I know that I am yours and you're mine. Doesn't matter anyway. In the night, we'll take a walk. It's nothing funny, just a thought. Put your hand in mine. You know that I want to be with you all the time. You know that I won't stop until I make you mine.
Makna adalah tentang profesional, menjaga upaya terbaik untuk menciptakan kesempurnaan diri dan tanggung jawab penuh. Makna adalah tentang kolaborasi. Setiap orang dapat berkontribusi untuk mencapai kesejahteraan bersama. Makna adalah tentang selalu siap menghadapi perubahan, mampu bertahan dan saling mendukung dalam kebaikan untuk kehidupan generasi masa depan.
Semua manusia pasti ingin menjadi orang sukses dan bermanfaat bagi orang lain. Untuk dapat mewujudkan itu, langkah pertama yang harus dilakukan adalah belajar. Selamat bergabung menjadi keluarga besar Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri, universitas terbesar di Kediri Raya.
Keyakinan memiliki kemampuan untuk menciptakan. Manusia memiliki kemampuan yang luar biasa untuk belajar dan mengambil pengalaman hidup sebagai tiket menggapai sukses masa depan. Tiket yang dimiliki oleh mereka yang mau mempersiapkan hari ini.
Perang terbesar adalah perang melawan diri sendiri. Belajar adalah satu-satunya cara terbaik untuk mampu mengalahkan diri sendiri.
Anda ingin tahu siapa diri Anda? Jangan bertanya. Belajarlah dan beraksilah.
Lembutlah pada orang lain, tetapi keraslah pada diri sendiri. Karena nikmat kemenangan hanya didapat oleh orang yang siap menerima tantangan.
Gantungkan cita-citamu setinggi mungkin dan belajarlah cara menggapainya tanpa membuatmu jatuh. Kami siap mendampingi.
Welcome international people. Yuk kita jalan-jalan ke Prodi Bahasa Inggris. Eits, tunggu dulu. Kenapa sih mereka memilih English Department UNP Kediri?
Sudah pasti dengan dosen-dosennya yang berkualitas.
Tentu saja karena fasilitasnya lengkap.
Karena di sini mahasiswa berkesempatan untuk mendapatkan beasiswa.
Kita lagi ada ISR nih. Butuh referensi skripsi? Di sini nih tempatnya. Di sini nih, lab Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Di lab ini, kita melatih skill listening kita. Let's go! Gimana? Menarik bukan prodi kita? For more information, you can find it here. Yuk, join English Department! Kita jalan-jalan ke Prodi Bahasa Inggris.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Hakira. It's a wonderful day, a great honor and prestigious chance for me to be your master of ceremony at the Zoom meeting on Saturday, 7th of August 2021. In our big event, National Conference 7th ELTT, or English Language Technology and Teaching, held by English Language Education Department, University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few days, this event will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge and insight. First of all, let's say thanks to Almighty God who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can be able and participate in this event without any obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this event, let us pray together by reciting prayer. May God make this rewarding event beneficial for all of us, and this event will run smoothly and conducive. Start praying. Amen. On this special moment, we have several agendas in this opening session. Let us deliver this event arrangements today as follows. First, it is opening which we previously had read together. The second is singing Indonesian anthem. The third is speeches. The fourth is plenary sessions A until C. The fifth is the workshop, is the parallel session, and the last is closing ceremony. Move to the next agenda, the singing Indonesian anthem. Thank you very much. Third agenda is speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite the chief of the committee of this event, Mrs. Sulistiani, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable the Vice Rector, Mr. Dr. Agus Mujisantoso, MSI. Honorable the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Ms. Dr. Mumun Nurmilawati, MPD. Honorable the Head of English Department, Ms. Koiria, MPD. Honorable our great keynote speakers today, Prof. Yeni Rosila Simela from Universitas Negeri Padang, and Ms. Dewi Kancanawati MPD, and also Mr. Agung Wicaksono MPD. Honorable our moderators, Ms. Dr. Yuni Susanti MPD, and also Ms. Rika Riwayatiningsih MPD. Honorable all lecturers, presenters, participants of this 7th English Language Teaching and Technology Conference. Thank you for each and every one of you for being here today at this ELTT conference. My name is Sulistiani. On behalf of the organizers and committee, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the 7th National Virtual Conference on English Language Teaching and Technology. It is hosted by English Education Department, Teacher Training and Education Faculty, University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to the committee, because we could not have done this without you all. This annual conference is conducted to provide opportunity for English teachers, students, lecturers to take part in academic forum as presenters and participants. The theme of this year's conference is Digital Literacy, Enhanced ELT and Research in the 21st Century. It is chosen to accommodate thoughts and experiences of teachers and lecturers in developing English language teaching and research. It also equips the students to build their pedagogical knowledge and research so that they can contribute to national and international academic forum. We are glad to have so many participants and also presenters today who come from many different areas, such as East Java, Central Java, West Java, Jakarta, Bali, Bengkulu, Banjarmasin, Batu Sangkar, Medan, Jambi, and other areas that I cannot mention one by one. So the total persons registered here is almost 200 persons, consisting of around 60 presenters and 150 participants. So thank you so much for your participations. And finally, I hope you can enjoy this event from the start until finish. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Well, the next speech is from the head of English Language Department, UNT Kediri, to Mrs. Hoiria, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's pleasure to welcome you to join the 7th ELTT National Conference hosted by English Language Education Department, University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri. Honorable to Bapak Rektor, Dr. Zainal Afandi, Excellency Dr. Agus Muji Santoso as a Vice Rector 1, my deep appreciation goes to the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Dr. Mumun Nurmilawati. My special gratitude to Professor Yeni Rosimela from Universitas Negeri Padang, Dr. Dewi Kencanawati, Agung Wicaksono, Magister Pendidikan, as a keynote speaker. My special thanks to all lecturers of English Language Education Department, and also dear all of the participants who have attended this conference today. First of all, in this occasion, let's say many thanks to God for His grace and bless, so we can gather in this event in a good condition. Secondly, thanks to all committee, and especially to Dr. Sulistiani as the chief of this conference, so this conference comes through. Thank you very much, Bu Sulis, for preparing this event. Well, everybody, ELTT National Conference is annual event in English Language Education Department, especially at Nusantara PGRI Kediri University. Today, the theme is Digital Literacy, Enhance ELT and Research in the 21st Century. So in this conference, Bapak Ibu and also all participants, you can share your ideas, experiences, research, knowledge related to the teaching and learning, especially in pandemic era. By attending such kind of forum, hopefully we can improve our teaching skill in digital era. Because nowadays we can see everything is influenced by technology. So we realize or not, we have to welcome it in our everyday life and our teaching as well. Well, everybody, I think that's all for me. Once more, thank you very much for the committee and also for all participants. Hopefully, this activity will run smoothly. Thank you very much. Enjoy the activities. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. The last speech is from the Vice Rector 1 of UNT Kediri. Please, Mr. Agus Mujisantoso to give his remarks, then continue opening the 7th National Conference on English Language Teaching and Technology, ELTT, University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri. Mr. Agus Mujisantoso, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear my voice clearly? Okay. Sorry, can you hear my can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. Salam sejahtera, Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Professor Dr. Yeni Rosimila, PhD from Padang State University. The Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Ibu Dr. Mumun Nurmilawati, and also the Head of English Education Department, Ibu Khoria, Master of Education. Also Ibu Dewi Kencanawati, Pak Agung Wicaksono as the second and the third keynote speaker respectively. The committee, speakers, and participants of the 7th ELTT National Conference 2021. Sorry, I so nervous. Maybe my English is not good, it's not clear, not fluently, but I will try on and on. Okay. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Praise to be to God Almighty, because today will be a memorable day for me. Why? Because I have the opportunity to give a speech in our in front of all you, and also this meeting is very interesting for me. This year, this national conference is the seventh conference to be held during the pandemic. This pandemic condition, I mean the pandemic condition is unavoidable and unpredictable when it will end. However, when I entered the Zoom meeting at first time and I see all of you, I see your optimism, I feel your enthusiasm, really, and I'm more confident that together we can through it. Thanks to the positive energy. This is very important to me. And this is wonderful for me to keep in speaking, to keep in speaking in English. Until now, I'm still nervous. Because this is national conference in English, so I try to give speech in English to full. Okay. Okay. On this occasion, thank you, and I give appreciation to the keynote speaker, especially to Prof. Yeni Rosimela from Padang State University, because he has my teachers as well as my team during the short course in Japan last year. He has also a lot of experience in I mean, especially in carry out lesson study in school and university. So please notice. Also to Ibu Dewi Kencanawati and Pak Agung Caksono. All of them have great research experience and also research finding and hands-on experience. So thank you very much for your sharing for this conference. I'm sure the keynote speaker will inspire us, especially they will motivate us to be better prepared how to face the challenge in education in 21st century, how to design learning activities for our students that strengthen digital literacy. What are the student responses? Why our students cannot learn well? I think it will be a nice meeting, nice conference to us. Oh, so nice, so nice. In lesson study, I often say that we will find many surprises.
Pak Agusnya mute ya?
Sorry, Pak Agus.
Can you unmute? Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, I will repeat once again. Okay. In lesson study, I often say that we will find many surprise boxes in the classroom. Yeah. So I also believe that the findings and good practices from the other presenters in parallel session, I mean, will also be very interesting discussion. So it's more than just apple to apple setting. Thank you to the committee who worked hard to prepare this event. Thank you for your excellent excellent job. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this morning's seminar was open and start officially. Once again, welcome to Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri, and to all the keynote speaker, presenter, and participant. Having good conference, good college, new friends, and new insight. Sorry, good morning, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. The audience happy, but last but not least, before welcoming the plenary session, I would like to say thanks for all of your kind attention and passion to follow this organization of ELT, Digital Literacy, Enhance ELT and Research in the 21st Century. Me, as Master of Ceremony, asks apologies to you are from mistaken and mispronouncing. Let us close this opening session with prayer. May the events which we have to solve is beneficial for all of us. Now we come to the plenary aim that will be led by Mrs. Yuni Susanti as the moderator. Mrs. Yuni, time is yours.
Well, is it clear now, my voice? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Great. Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, I'm Yuni Susanti as the moderator for the first session of this English Language Teaching and Technology National Conference 2001. Honorable, the Vice Rector, and then the Dean, and then all of the lecturers of English Department UNP Kediri, and also for all of the keynote speakers, especially Prof. Henny. Nice to see you, Prof. Henny. Okay, and also happy audience, the participants, and then also all of the presenters of the 7th National Conference 2001, with this year theme is Digital Literacy, Enhance ELT and Research in the 21st Century. Well, without any more ado, I would like to introduce you to the first presenter. That will be Prof. Henny. I will read a bit about Prof. Henny curriculum vitae. So you are going to, know a bit about Prof. Henny. Well, Prof. Henny was born in B stand for what, Prof. Henny? B Gura, Angkat Agam. It is in not Sumatra, I think. And then Prof. Henny is from jurusan Bahasa dan Sastra Inggris, FBS Universitas Negeri Padang. And then she finished her graduate degree in IKI Padang, and and then she continued to study in a magister degree in the University of Melbourne, Australia, in language and literacy. And she also finished her doctorate degree and PhD degree in the University of Melbourne, Australia, also in language and literacy. So she has a lot of experiences and knowledge to share with us, because this year theme is about digital literacy. And Prof. Henny, she experienced in research related to reflective teaching, and then also in lesson study, and then genre-based approach, and then also in text-based language teaching. That's right, Prof. Henny, and TBLT. Yes, okay. So, Prof. Henny, we can start with your presentations, and then I will let you know when you have almost finished your time, so I will remind you later. So And then we are going to continue with the question and answer, and then the conclusion of your presentation. Okay, please welcome Prof. Henny, and then enjoy the presentation from Prof. Henny, and then we are going to continue with the question and answer. Please, Prof. Henny.
Thank you very much, moderator. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clear, ma'am.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Rector and Vice Rector 1, just now Mr. Agus, my colleague, the Dean from the Faculty of Education, Universitas Nusantara PGRI, the head of the English department, the committee, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to be a speaker in this interesting seminar, national seminar held by Universitas Nusantara PGRI. And I just found out just now that you shorten it as UNP. And we have also UNP. I'm from UNP too.
Yes, that's right.
So there is UNP in Padang, there is UNP in Kediri. Okay, right, thank you. So I have never been to Kediri yet, but I meet people from Kediri through this virtual meeting. So this is one of the advantages of technology, right?
That's right.
Yeah, technology has made this world small. And of course, thank you. Especially, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Agus, who has introduced me to the committee. And okay, maybe one day you have to be invited to Padang, Mr. Agus. Well, today the theme, I'm glad actually, as the moderator said just now, this is more about sharing experiences, observation, teaching, and research, right? And I'm not telling you actually, but I'm saying I'm sharing experiences, right? Well, I'm glad to be here with you. And today, the theme actually is about, is dealing with technology. And I see that digital literacy. I'm not a millennial. I'm learning how to use technology. I'm still learning. And this pandemic has made us learn how to use technology harder, because we have to have Zoom meeting, online classes, right? So I think everyone now is forced to learn how to use technology. Now, my presentation today is not really about the technology, but it's dealing with using the digitalized sources. Okay, I'm going to share my research also and my experiences of teaching writing for 4 years. So from the first time I became a lecturer at this university, I was assigned to teach writing, and until now, but it doesn't mean that I'm a good writer. Okay, but I'm teaching how to write. I'm going to share my experiences with this, about this with you. Okay, can I share my screen, right? I'm allowed to share, right? Share screen. Okay, so this is the title of my presentation, that is Reading-Based Writing Model, and I put a subtitle, A Blended Learning Alternative, right? So this, in order, the title and also, of course, the content of presentation will be in line with your theme, the theme of this conference, yeah? Reading-based model, a blended learning alternative. So the blended learning makes use of digital technology. Well, let's begin. How long do I get time, moderator? 30 minutes or
Okay,
40 minutes?
30 minutes. Yes, that's right.
Only 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Actually, it is an hour. But let me ask to the committee, because we have additional time for the opening. So I think you have an hour. And based on the schedule, when I see the schedule, so you have an hour.
Okay, right. So I mean that meant this presentation will end at like 10 o'clock, right? Yes. About 10 o'clock. Okay.
Including the question and answer session. Yes.
Right. Okay. So probably we hope we get about 15 or 10 minutes of question and answer. Right. Yes. English writing skill. Okay. So I said important yet difficult for EFL learners. I believe that everyone agrees with this. English is important, yet it is difficult, not only for EFL learners, okay, for lecturers, for teachers. Now we find it difficult, right? Now, so I go to the next slide. Why is it important? I'm not going to spend much in this introduction because I think everyone has known this. You can write a bunch of why writing is difficult. Okay, writing is an essential communication skill. I hear the voice. Can you hear my voice? There is a noise there behind that. Ada noise there, yeah?
Yes, a bit noisy. I think
probably the committee can switch off the audio. Right, you write a bunch of why writing essential. It's essential communication skill. It's a way you express your thoughts and feelings to others. It's a way to share experiences. It's a way to tell who you are and to tell your feelings, of course. So it is an essential communication skill. It's also important for your career development. As lecturers and teachers, you are now expected to write articles, publish in journals, you write articles, you bring it into a seminar. So that's very important for your career development. And you have that writing helps you think your problems. If you have a problem, then you can write down and then that clears up your mind. And of course, writing forms bonds with others. You write emails, you chat with someone through your gadget. So this needs writing, and that it boosts creativity. You can write novels, short stories, poem, right? Then through writing, you also develop non-language skills like creativity, critical thinking, analytical thinking. And you have known that as English lecturers, teachers, and also students, that writing affects the other language skills. Right? When you want to write well, then you have to read it first. You can improve your grammar, your vocabulary through writing. So there are a lot of many things that show writing is important. And in Indonesia, you know that the importance of writing can be seen from an increasing attention to the development of these skills. And you can look at how writing was regarded in the previous curricula, high school curricula, before 2004. And I believe even though writing was written or stated in the curriculum or curricula, it did not get enough attention from teachers, and everyone agrees, I think, that the focus is on reading. But from 2004 until now, writing gets equal attention, even though in practice, we still find that it's a bit neglected. But at least this shows us that everyone is aware of the importance of writing skill. And research on writing continuously grows. Improvement of writing syllabus at university, and we also find models, strategies, techniques are developed in order to help students or university students or high school students to improve their writing. Okay, so that's why it's important. Okay, that we go on. I'll try to make it short for this introduction. But it's difficult. And why is it difficult? Because writing is cognitively complex. It's a complex skill. You juggle for ideas. And then we also have to think about audience. We are thinking about language, grammar, vocabulary, terms when we write. We are thinking about arguments. So it's cognitively demanding and complex. Different genres have different structure, have different language features. Writing, especially the academic one, is structurally compressed. So in written forms, we will find like complex clauses, nominalization, right? So that is why it's difficult. It requires a high proficiency of the target language. Your grammar should be good. Okay. Differences between native language and English, and you will read a bundle or great number of studies looking at the differences between the first language and the second language. That also makes writing difficult. Personal factors also affect, like your attitude, your motivation. You are not patient, okay? So this will affect our writing. So writing is difficult. Okay. Now you can mention when you look at students writing, or look at your own writing. I know that the participants are also students. I'm not talking to the lecturers and teachers only, right? But you can look at your writing, then you will find out you are aware of the lack of ideas of your writing, and your writing are disorganized, or the students' writing are disorganized, okay? And often we give comments like, please organize your ideas. Jumping ideas. This sentence is not related with this, okay? And you are supporting sentence. We have known that there are actually there are many models, methods, and techniques of teaching writing. But until now, I think we agree when you read literature that the approaches to teaching writing can be classified into three main categories or three main groups: product-based, process-based, and genre-based. Okay, and the product-based, I think in Indonesia was popular around 1560s or 70s. Now, even though some still use this approach, but it's not that yet popular. It's not popular any longer. Where the students were required to imitate the text, okay, and then they were given control practice, then they were given individual writing tasks, and most of the time, actually, the students were actually imitated the models, and with some changes. Then in 1980s to 1990s, I think, process-based approach was very popular. Well, the students were really motivated to writing from their personal experience, okay, and ideas as a starting point. Creativity was fostered. They were required, the students were moved or were encouraged to have multi-drafts, collaborative writing. So the process became the focus of writing. Then the last and the current one, gender-based. Okay, and it is adopted also in Indonesia, because our curriculum goes with gender-based, and we teach students different kinds of genre. So the students learn writing through genres, and they look at that genre has genre has its own different rhetorical patterns, and also generic structure, language features. We are concerned with rhetorical awareness, purpose, model text, language awareness. Okay, well, those, and while even though we have actually adopted these approaches, or one of the approach, like the current one, gender-based approach, but we still find we still find that the students have problems, many problems in writing. And one of the biggest problem I found in my teaching, my years of teaching, is that the students have very limited ideas. They, we call it as they have writer's block when they start writing. I think we also experience like that. We don't know how to start, where to start, what to write, and then we spend hours and we don't even get what we are going to write. So if the students write, they have very limited ideas in accurate data presented in the writing, and even sometimes no data, no supporting, lack of elaboration. And that's the first big problem that I found in my teaching experience. And the second one is that their language use, which often sounds like native speaker language, that even though we have taught them like grammar, vocabulary in separate subjects, but when they come to writing, they don't or they are not able to transfer the knowledge about grammar and the vocabulary into their writing. Okay, so I would argue that preparing the students or helping the students to improve their writing needs reading. Now, I think everyone knows that reading is important and reading is related to writing. But when we teach writing or we learn writing, sometimes we do not really take into account our knowledge about the importance of reading. Okay, let me, I quote, yeah, these are some quotes from well-known writers. Reading is the finest teacher of how to write. Sorry, of how to write, actually. I'm sorry, that is wrong. Okay, so reading is the finest teacher of how to write. So Annie Proulx, she is an American writer. We can say that from reading, now we learn how to read from reading. So writing is the finest teachers of how to write. If you don't have the time to read, you don't have the time or the tools to write. That's Stephen King, and you know who Stephen King is. Okay, if you don't read, it means you can't write. Reading is like breathing in, writing is like breathing out. So that Pam Allen says. So this quote, these are from well-known writers. So of course they speak from their experience. Okay, so you can't actually write well if you don't read. And we also know that a good writer is a good reader. But a good reader is not necessarily a good writer, because writing needs practice. Okay, so this is to begin my presentation, and I will show you reading and writing relations. I quote some scholars' opinions about reading and writing relation. You can read in books like in the Dynamic of Writing a Second Language, written by Barbara Crow, academic writing written by Ian Bruce. You can also writing by Hinkles. Yeah, there are many books talking and telling us about the relationship or relations between reading and writing. I quote a few. William Grabe, a well-known scholar or writer, and who also talks much about relation between reading and writing. And he states that considerable extensive reading over time will lead to better writing abilities. This is supported by many research, for example, Krashen, Ali, Flahifer, Bailey at the beginning of the 2000s. And there is some researchers in Barbara Crow also say that extensive reading leads to better language language knowledge, syntactic, semantic memory, better metalinguistic awareness, and of course, broader knowledge of the world. And in some books, I synthesize their opinions about these from Bruce, Cruz, and Nation, a long piece of academic writing, such as article, thesis report, basically necessitates lots of reading. So these writers talk from their research and experience. So we believe that reading is very important for writing. What do learners get from reading? They get necessary information. So what you get from reading, you get information, you get inspiration, you get data to support your arguments, to support your explanation. You get variety of arguments. You have had your arguments, but looking at different writers' arguments will clarify your own arguments. Okay, for example, you believe, for example, you believe that online learning is better than offline learning. But after reading someone's writing, you may change your idea, or you may, or other people's arguments strengthen your arguments. Okay, you also find experts' opinions. That's the necessity of reading. Okay, and of course, you through readings you are exposed to how language used in written form. You learn to enrich your vocabulary. You find technical terms. You learn about sentence patterns, so how the sentences are actually realized in written form. You learn about nominalization, style, and of course you're exposed to genres with their own characteristics. So you get many things from reading, the things that you need when you write. Okay, so how do we hope we have time, so how do we incorporate reading into writing? Okay, we can assign the students to read before writing. That is what is often neglected, okay, or takes very little attention. And we can also ask the students to look at the reading sources while they are writing. So it can be in the before, it can be during, or both, before writing and during writing. What we usually do to help students generate ideas, or what we do as a writer to generate ideas, we tend to only dig up our personal experiences. So at the beginning, usually as a writing lecturer, I also did the same thing for years, okay, but I reflected upon my experience and it didn't work well. For example, we do brainstorming. We ask students to share their experiences about a topic that we are going to develop with them. So the experiences or the idea that they give in this kind of discussion are merely stem from their personal experiences, not really from their readings. Okay, so that's their writing, okay, is very shallow, is limited in terms of elaboration of point, lack of convincing data and or evidence, because most of the ideas are only from their inner or their own personal experience. Okay, well, then I would like to share with you my current study and the model that I propose. This current research has been conducted since last year. So today, this year is the second year. So my colleague and I, a team of research, developed a model. We call it as a developing a model. We call it reading-based model to teaching writing, to teach academic writing. And we use R&D methods, AD, and I believe everyone knows this. AD establishes a model to develop a model or a material, yeah. And at the first stage last year, what we did was analyzing the students' needs. That's the first steps analysis of ELTT. So we developed this model by first trying to find out the students' needs about writing. We distributed questionnaire to the students, 152 students who last year took academic writing, and then 4 writing lectures. So the results of need analysis indicate that there are 2 main things that they agree and 2 main things that they disagree. Both lecturers and students agree or think that, perceive that reading is important for writing. So they agree that reading is important for writing. And they also agree that knowledge about genre is also necessary for them. While they had disagreement on the ways of learning genres and the ways of giving feedback. The students prefer the lectures to teach them explicitly by explaining to them about the genres and the features of the genres, while the lectures tended to think that implicit learning, sometimes explanation is needed, but implicit is better. And then also disagreements in ways of giving feedback. Students prefer the lectures to tell them their mistakes, any single of mistakes, okay? So if this is wrong, and tell us that this is wrong. While the lecturers prefer to give comments and to motivate the students to think, to find out their mistakes. Okay, so these like disagreements, and the results of the analysis, needs analysis was taken we consider the result of analysis and defining the model. Okay, this is the syntax of our model. We have 4 stages here. Reading 4 ideas. What is the objective? To facilitate the students with ideas, information, to enrich the students' vocabulary, to provide examples of how language is used, and to raise sense of audience. Okay, then here I write alternative activities. You may have your different choices of activities, but these are alternative activities where the blended learning can be applied. Okay, so what we did, so this year we experimented to 2 classes last semester, and even though we are still in the process of analyzing the result, but from the lectures point of view, we can see that this model is very helpful. Okay, so at the beginning we asked the students to read sources. Okay, for example, we are going to help them to write an exposition text or an argumentative text. So the first stage is we require the students to read sources genre-free. What I mean by genre-free, even though we are going to help them to write an argumentative or exposition, but we don't require them to find an exposition text. That's will limit their, they haven't known exposition yet actually. But so what we require them to do is to reading sources dealing with the topic. We do not limit the genre. We motivate, we encourage them to read as much as possible from several sources. Can be from magazines, from newspaper, from articles, from a chapter of a book, or even only opinion posted in Yahoo, in Google. So they can read, they are required to read based on the topic. So the first time what we have to do is to select a topic. For example, we can select a topic about learning during the pandemic. Let's say the topic learning during the pandemic. So what we ask them to do is to find out, to read as much as possible about learning English during the pandemic. Now, we don't say that they have to find the writing or the reading about exposition text, because that would delimit the readings themselves. Okay, this can be done online. Okay, and they do it individually. We of course have to provide them with a guideline. For example, you can ask them to make a note about what the ideas that they find from reading, the new vocabulary that they get, the technical terms, maybe common academic generic terms. Okay, seperti what I mean by common academic generic terms like argue, it might be, it seems, it reveals. Okay, and then in the class offline meeting, we can carry out a class discussion, but still this can be done online. Okay, this can be done online. So here the students are encouraged, required to tell the class, their colleagues and you, what they get from their readings. Any ideas related to the topic. Okay? Any vocabulary, technical terms that they get from their reading. Okay, so that means when they come to write, they have lots of ideas than mine. In the next stage, then, building knowledge of genre. So we introduce them to generic structure and the dominant language features of a genre. We analyze the text model of a genre, the purpose, the generic structure, and then the dominant language feature. Now, we propose, or we think that this should be done offline, because you can't, you can write on the board, you can show them the table about the table showing the results of analysis of a model text. Now, even though this can be done online, but I think discussion will be much better when we do this offline. So the first stage can be online. The second one should be, now we propose offline, even though it can be done online, but we found out offline will be much better. Okay, then this is the place or the stage when we raise students' genre awareness. So here, analyzing a model text can be done together with the students. You can use inductive learning, you can use inquiry learning, where you don't have to explain, but you invite the students to analyze the text together with you. And here, doing necessary exercises, for example, doing exercises dealing with the grammar language features, having discussion of the results of exercise, okay, can be done online. Okay, you can ask them to, you can give them exercise dealing with the language of the, relating the dominant features of the genre, and this can be done, the discussion can be done online. And then writing, and then writing. So here, to provide opportunity for the students to practice English, okay, this can be done in group, yeah, and I suggest writing in group first before individually, because when they write, then we write in group, we hope that they can share more ideas. As you know before, in the first stage, that different student, each student reads different sources, but when they write in group, then they can share ideas. Then you can go to writing conference, like picking a group to present the results of their group writing, and then you go on to individual writing. Okay, Now, in this process, looking at the relevant sources is strongly suggested to compare to ensure the students that they learn from the reading. So when they write, they are still encouraged to look at, okay, so please compare your writing with your some other sources. Have you picked important vocabulary you think? Did you, have you, for example, practiced using sentence patterns that are mostly found in your reading sources? Have you used the data or the data, the evidence, relevant evidence and data from your reading sources? Did you or have you shown the readers that you quote from someone else reading? So this is where you can emphasize the use of reading sources to improve the quality of your writing. And the last stage we call is reviewing, of course, to get feedback, to improve the draft, to produce the final draft. And we also encourage peer review first before lectures feedback. Here, we combined the student suggestions that feedback, they want us to show them every single mistakes they have. But we don't agree with this because this will make them passive, don't think critically. So, for example, we can correct a paragraph. I mean, we show their mistakes of a paragraph, and then we invite them, we ask them to look at their mistakes in the following paragraphs. Okay, that's what we did. We combined that. And also for genre explanation, they want us to explain giving lecture. You know, we combined, we invite them first to find out themselves, and then later we give explanation if it is necessary to confirm their understanding about the genre. Okay, that's what we, the model that I propose, and some of the activities can be done through blended, through online, some with offline. That this also to save your time, yeah, on, off, and on, off. That is the importance of blended learning here. Yeah, why we say this and blended learning. Okay, some notes that we have here that we have to have a guideline for the students about. Now, we do not only ask them read any sources, but we have to tell them how much information they have to take, what kind of information they have to take. Okay, this is not that easy. It's not that easy because needs also practice. We also have to practice how much information our students have to take, okay, and how accurately the information should be presented. Should they present the data as accurately as possible, or can they take only some of the information to support their arguments, and probably they can also use their experience as data to support their arguments, and then what formal mechanism should be used to transform use the textual information. Should they quote, paraphrase, things like that? So you have to give the outline. And we also have a note here that raising gender awareness is very important. Because why? Different text has different structure. Now, even though scholars have different opinions about how to teach gender awareness, okay, some scholars argue, like Afifa Friedman, yeah, for example, they strongly argue that gender awareness are situated in culture, so the students should be exposed to how the genders are used in authentic context, so that explicit learning is not useful. However, some other scholars with result are supported by research, of course, especially Halidayan approach, systemic functional linguistic people or scientists, argue that explicit teaching of gender awareness is very important to empower your students, because you have known that writing a descriptive text is different from writing a report text. writing a report text is different from writing exposition text. So it does not mean if you teach a descriptive text, then they know how to write a report. So different gender has different feature, have different structure. So that telling them these features are very important. And then research shows that high good gender awareness will help students produce a good piece of writing. Okay, so for foreign language learners, I argue that explicit teaching is much more beneficial. Okay, you can use inductively, but later you don't have, by teaching gender awareness explicitly does not mean, as David say, does not mean that you explain it in a lecture form, but you can lead the students to find out the structure of a genre after they read the text. For example, you can ask, what does the writer say, tell us in the first paragraph you think? Where do you think we find the writer's thesis or main argument? So we can lead the students. It doesn't mean that, okay, this is like what many teachers do at school, right? So exposition text, this is a generic structure, and then they explain it, and it sounds like prescriptive, that then the students may be able to remember the generic structures, but they are not able to write the text using their knowledge. So what we mean by raising gender awareness does not mean that giving them lecture, that you can use several techniques, but the most important one, then the students understand when you write this kind of text, this is what you have to do, okay? Then the next things that we also would like to point out here, that scaffolding students is very important. You have to give clear instruction and guideline. Providing models with analysis is important. This is how to scaffold the students from dependent on you, become independent writers. Okay, and explanation, of course, is necessary. Yeah, sometimes please model how to write. So don't only give a model, but you have to model. What do I mean by model? The students show, you show the students how actually to write. They see the process of writing from how you write. Okay, so you model how to write with them together, and then you guide them in the process. When you give them group work, of course, you monitor, you prompt, you give clue if they get stuck, and you encourage them to use self-assessment, assess their own writing, and feedback from peer and teachers are very important. Okay. Feedback should be used in the process, when they do group writing, when they do the writing conference, and feedback should be given to the drafts, and at the end, peer feedback and teacher feedbacks for the final draft revision. Okay, so our model, I would like to emphasize again that this model, okay, highlight the importance of facilitating students with ideas to write before writing through reading. And this, the relations of reading and between writing and writing has been proved by many studies. So it's important for us as writing teachers, writing lectures, and also for you as actually, because many of us are, some of us here are students. So before you write, I told my students, before you write, make sure you read first. You know, many students, for example, coming to me for thesis consultation, they propose a topic, and then when I ask, how much have you read dealing with the topic? Only one article, ma'am. Not yet, ma'am. So how could you write without reading? So the first things when they come for thesis consultation, I have to make sure, okay, well, read at least, let's say for S1 students, please read at least 20 articles about this. Then we will have discussion about what you are going to write. Okay, so for students here as participants, yeah, before you write, please make sure you read first. Then it doesn't mean that you are going to imitate what you read, but readings will give you inspiration. Readings will provide you with some information, data, ideas that you can put into your writing. Okay, I think I have used 50 minutes and we have only 10 minutes. Thank you very much, moderator. If there are questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yes, thank you. Well, what a great presentations, Prof. Henny. I have written some point of your presentation, and yes, I also have many questions related to your presentation actually, but let me invite the audience to ask first. What Prof. Henny have presented today is about how to blend the reading process with the writing. So it is challenging for the teachers to blend these two broad skills actually. So, well, I invite the audience to ask the question to Prof. Henny while waiting. So, based on your research, Prof. Henny, what is the difficulties? Actually, in the syntax, I mean, from your presentation, from the syntax, that there is a step that is reading for ideas. So what about the time? Because reading needs a lot of time and writing also needs a lot of time. So how can we apply this model in a teaching learning process actually? That's in my mind while waiting for the question from the audience.
Okay. Should I answer directly, Ibu?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much for your questions. Okay, this is the one of the advantages of the model that we propose. Yes, when we teach the students writing, we usually start from zero when they come to the class, when we have offline meeting, remember? So for example, today our topic is, like say what I say, today our topic is about e-learning. Okay, so well, dear students, this morning or today we are going to write a text, we call it exposition, and I've chosen the topic you have to learn is e-learning, using e-learning, for example. And then we spend like 15 minutes, okay, to juggle for ideas like brainstorming, question and answer, right? Now, what do you know about e-learning? Okay, have you experienced it? And sometimes only a few students take part. Yes, you know that our students are shy students. Many of them are shy, and only a few of them take part. And we spend like 15 minutes, 20 minutes to only a few ideas, because what they tell us only their own experience. Okay, and then we go on to, okay, now let's talk about the structure of the text that you are going to write. Then we give a model, discuss the model, and one meeting is finished, like 250 minutes. And usually we ask them to write at home, okay, because the time is very limited. So in effect, or consequently, their writing is shallow in terms of ideas, because they only talk about their personal experience. Okay, and then we are not satisfied, and I think the students also are not satisfied with their own writing. They get stuck. So with this model, we ask them to read before the time. Okay, well, next week's our topic is e-learning. Right, our topic next week is e-learning, and I assign you to find readings about e-learning. It could be from magazine. Sometimes the student asks, can you be in Indonesian article, ma'am. No, I encourage you strongly to find out the English one so that you can also pick the English terms from your reading. But if it is if it's very difficult, then you may have 1 or 2 sources written in Indonesian language, so that you still can get idea even though you learn the language from the sources, right? So when they read at home, the first time, of course, is not as much as what we expect, Ibu, okay? But the students did readings. That it's good if you can also give limitation. Each of you at least have to read 2 sources, 2 readings from different sources, right? So at least from 2 different writers. You can have the limit, but if you can read more than that, it will be much better. Okay, so when we did online meeting. This is the blended one. We online through Zoom learning. Okay, so I hope everyone has read things dealing with e-learning at home. Let's now discuss. Then when they discuss, they have lots of ideas in mind, Ibu, because they have read. Okay, according to this, I read 2 articles. This article told us that this writer told us that e-learning is very good from his research. Can you show the data, or does the writer write based on research or based on opinion? Or based on research, ma'am. Okay, so can you show us the data based opinion? Okay, why did he say that e-learning is good? So we also actually tell them how to argue. And so they learn many things from readings. So the process of writing has been done a week before that book. So we save time. We save time. So they didn't experience writer's block, or they didn't get stumbling when they learn or begin writing. What we found usually, they in offline classroom, they hold the pen for 10 minutes and 5 minutes, and what are you doing? No, ma'am, I get stuck, ma'am. I don't know what to write, ma'am. But because they have ideas, they know what to write. That's, I think, the advantage of you use reading first. You ask the students read first. So they have started actually searching for ideas a week before the class begins. Okay, and the first class can be done online. Okay, that's my answer, Ibu.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear when you mentioned your name before. I'm sorry, Ibu.
Oh, Bu Yuni.
Bu Yuni, sorry, Bu
Yes,
Yuni.
Bu Yuni.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Bu Yuni, for the questions.
Okay, so there is one question from Renaldi, Kevin Renaldi. Okay.
Yeah.
Kevin asks about, many of my students told me that today's learning is cuffed with so many subjects and tasks. I find myself, the students, sometimes unmotivated or hesitate to read, even if I have provided it with attractive decorations. Okay. They also submit their writing late. Okay, that's also my problem. May you give us insight to how engage them to read and write in this situation.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great
Kevin,
question.
yeah. From Kevin.
From
Okay.
Kevin. Okay.
Kevin. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. This is our. I think all of us experience this kind of problem in this pandemic era. Okay.
That's right.
Teachers or teachers or lecturers sometimes get fed up with students' attitude, right? Motivation. Right. Okay. Well, reading is known. I think Indonesian students are known for their low reading frequency. okay, amount of reading, and you can see that our I think everybody knows a research conducted a few years ago that among 62 countries, and we are number 61, right? So our reading habit is very low. This is a tricky question, Mr. Kevin. Yeah, it's not that easy to ask them to read and write, and it's not like flapping a palm, ya. Tidak seperti membalik telapak tangan, right? So reading habit has to be developed since they are in a childhood period, right? So parents should show them that reading is important, that reading is fun. At schools also, we are not surrounded by literature actually. So if we are surrounded by literature, then the students will build their reading habit. And the students who like reading, sometimes it's hard to be stopped. Right. So I think to build reading habits, Mr. Kevin, we start from reading for pleasure. So I think extensive reading we call it extensive reading. We start from easy reading. We suggest the students to pick their own readings that they like. So that is why in the first stage, just now, even though the topic of e-learning, I suggest them to read any sources, not from the difficult one. It is not necessary the article written by an expert, but you can read from someone's opinion posted in Google or Yahoo, right? You can read from a story or someone's recount about problems of learning. They sometimes take reading from capture of, when at the beginning of e-learning, we often found or YouTube's capture, sent to our WA group, the parents' problems in guiding the students e-learning at home. Maybe some of you here experienced that. Then the parents or mother got angry to a child because the child didn't want to study. And there are many funny stories. Then also allowed them to get information from that kind of informal readings. Okay, so I told them, it's not necessary for you to read books. If you want to read books, that's good. But if you don't want yet now to read books, as far as you can find information from any sources about e-learning, from chattings also okay. So the most important one they would like to read first, okay? And sometimes when I teach them writing narrative, last year we also teach text about narrative, we encourage them, okay, a short story, fine, okay, a poem, fine, okay? So no, don't force them to, you have to raise the students' motivation to read first. And I know it's not that easy, Mr. Kevin, everyone experienced that. And students also, because here in the participants are students. If you don't like reading, you start reading articles or columns, whatever you like. If you like sports, you start from writing sports. If you like about consultation, psychology in magazines, you start from reading that first. Okay. I have a daughter that my daughter likes reading very, very much. Okay, likes reading very much. Even in the toilet, she has to bring novels to the toilet. Okay, so if you can, but this needs time, of course, Mr. Kevin. So I think the first things you have to do, assign them to read easy readings first. We call it extensive reading. Easy readings first to start. Then from we don't require them to have so that's what I say, how valid the data should be in the writing. Probably for the first time we don't think about validity of the data, but as far as they can elaborate their ideas, that is that's a starting point. But of course later when they have been familiar with that kind of thing, so when they come to academic writing, then you require them to find the data that are valid. Okay, Mr. Kevin, I hope this helps you. Yeah. Then for the time to read, to write, yes, it takes time. That is why I say that patience is very important. You don't have to rush. Okay. Like at high school, sometimes we say that one genre. I ask the teachers how much time do you need to teach a kind of genre? Only 1 week, ma'am. How could it be? Is it 1 week for reading and for listening and for writing? That's very impossible. I teach my students to write an exposition. It takes 4 or 5 weeks just to write one kind of genre. Okay. So the most important one, that develop the writing skills, and reading should be reading habit, of course, should be developed too. Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. It's 10:05.
Yes, it's 10 o'clock. Okay, so there is a feedback from Mr. Kevin. I took this keyword, so there is a keyword: easy to read, habit, and creativity. Okay, thank you, Prof. Henny, very insightful.
You're welcome.
Okay,
you're welcome. Yeah.
Okay, so well, actually, there are many things that we can.
Hopefully, one day I can come to Kediri.
Please, we need it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Prof. Henny, so before we come to the conclusion from this presentation, would you like to say a closing statement about reading based writing model, blended learning alternative?
Thank you, Ibu Yuni. Thank you very much. This is a proposed model, but even though this is a new model that I proposed, but it is based on a great number of research dealing with relations between reading and writing, and also research on the genre approach. So this model is built based on the principles of these two bodies of research: reading and writing relations, and also gender-based approach. And I can see that writing, yes, I begin with a statement. Writing is difficult, but we can make it easier. We can make it easier when we start from ideas we have in mind and ideas we get from some sources. So if we only base our writing on our personal experiences, of course, which are limited, then writing will be difficult. So when we get stuck at the beginning, it's hard to go on, and we feel that it's writing. Actually, writing is interesting, and I can see that children like writing, but unfortunately, they dislike writing when they start school. You know, they like writing. Can you prove them they like writing when they are still 3 years old, 4 years old? They take their mom's lipstick, they write something on the board, on the floor, and then you get angry to the students, chorat, 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 chorat. That indicates they actually like writing. But when they start going to school, they hate writing. So there must be something wrong there. Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Yuni, for the time and for inviting me to this seminar. I think, I hope this sharing ideas and experience will be useful for all participants. I'm sorry if there is mistakes. There are mistakes in my presentation.
Well, thank you very much for the remarkable presentation, Prof. Henny. And I quote your your quote from your presentation: reading is like breathing in, writing is like breathing out. So let's breathe by reading and writing. Thank you very much. Give applause to Prof. Henny for the presentation. So we hope we can see again in another occasions. Thank you very much. I return back to the presenter. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum
welcome. Thank you.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thanks to our real exposure by Prof. Yeni Rosina and PhD. Now, alternative methods of teaching through writing concentration. And thanks also to Mrs. Lee for accommodating the final education need. The next agenda, which is no less interesting, will be plenary session B and C, which this time will be moderated by Mrs. Nusantara. Mrs. Nusantara, time is yours.
Yes, okay. All right. I'm so sorry that you wait for some times because when I'm trying to unmute, that there is a notice here that I'm not allowed to unmute. So I'm still waiting for the committee to let me in. Thank you so much for waiting for the second round of the plenary sessions on this conference, English Language Teaching and Technology from Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. All right, participants, Bapak Ibu, and then students, mahasiswa, we come to the second sessions on our plenary sessions with Ibu Dr. Dewi Kencanawati, and the third sessions will be with Bapak Agung Wicaksono, MPD. I am Rika Riwayati Ningsih, will drive these sessions, these two sessions, and still the same that after the presenters or the speakers have their presentations, and then the participants may raise hands to give the questions live, or you may note your questions in the chat box. Okay, without waiting too much, I'm straightforward to invite Ibu Dr. Dewi Kencanawati. But before that, I would like to read the curriculum vitae for Ibu Dewi Kencanawati. Ibu Dr. Dewi Kencanawati, MPD, has completed her doctoral degree from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. And then she also got some scholarship. One is from non-degree scholarship to University of Leeds, England, and then also the in-country education scholarship. And the great one is the students' achievement of scholarship. And her interest on research around speaking, language assessment, language curriculum, and exploring competencies. She also active in some international and national conferences and workshops like TAFLIN, and then ICETAL, MELTA Malaysia, Kamtasol Cambodia, also from autumn seminar in England. Okay, that's the curriculum vitae from Dr. Dewi Kencanawati. Ibu Dewi, are you ready for your presentations? If you are ready, then I hand over the mic to you now. Please, Ibu Dewi.
Okay, thank you very much, Rika. Okay, first of all, let me say good morning, everybody. Honorable Prof. Yeni from UNP, but not UNP Kediri, but UNP Padang. Thank you very much. What is it? Listen all of your presentation just now. And also the Honorable Mr. Agus Mujisantoso, the Vice Rector, and also, what is it, Mrs. Korea, and also Bu Sulis, and all the presenters who are going to present the articles today. Okay, thank you very much for this session that I'd like to share with you a little bit related with what is it, English language teaching, especially conducted during the pandemic. Yeah. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Hello? Is it visible?
Yes, yes, Bu.
Yes, okay, thank you. Well, at this time, I would like to share with you all. I think it's a very nice time to talk about what is it? This pandemic. Many people talk about the pandemic right now, but I think besides what is it, the weakness and also the bad things, but sometimes also there is a good thing that we can learn from this, not only about the materials, but also about what is it, the system of education, especially related with English language teaching. Well, everybody, I think that all of us have what is it, listen what the previous presenter, Prof. Yeni, talk about the online learning. That this is what I have, what is it, written down in my papers here. But I just want to talk and also to share with you a little bit about this, because that everybody has, what is it, experience related with pandemic COVID-19 here. Well, why I write or I what is it, present about this topic. The title is Maximizing Teaching English Using Technology During COVID-19 Pandemic. But I will focus on teaching English, of course, related with all language skills and also language component. But I think that we have only about 30 minutes, including the discussion today. But what we are going to discuss here is maybe it's only the surface, and after that we can continue in what is it, discussion, maybe through the group, or maybe email, or maybe WA chats. Yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say welcome to this English language teaching and technology. This is our annual, what is it, conference for every year, conducted by English Language Education Department. And I think it's nice to have a new friend, that is Prof. Yeni, as the expert of English language teaching. I think they're related with especially what is it, writing, I think. Yeah. Well, what we are going to talk here is that some research that I have conducted here is related with, as I told you before, that is about related with the COVID-19 pandemic. What is the background here is that it is the fact that all over the world, including in our country, that is in Indonesia, COVID-19 pandemic is already what is it, happened is almost 2 years. I think 1.5 years, and many things what is it, happens, and everybody has got that problem. And also, I don't know whether it is a problem or, but this is a pandemic, just call it a pandemic, right? But besides the bad things, I think that we have also a good things here, because that there are many things that we can learn from this situation. For example, I said the good thing not because the pandemic is something good, but we can learn from this. Based on the pandemic situation, that we sometimes the people who are not familiar with the technology, just like maybe a housewife, or maybe just what is it, parents do not what is it, feel that they need to learn about the technology. But in fact, after it happens, because the many things that they have to help to the children, and also that the children have to do the online learning, and sometimes that they cannot do it by themselves. So that is why that the parents have to do that, is by helping them to learn and also to study and even to do their homework. That is the fact. Do you agree with me? Well, what is the other good things happen because of the pandemic? This is my own experience. When there is a pandemic, that there are so many the online webinar just like this, but for the last year there are so many webinars, free webinars. I think that every time that we got the flyer, then sometimes that we registers and also try to join such kind of seminar, while every times that we join it, and then after that at the same time we have the schedule, and finally we miss it. That has happened. Maybe sometimes a housewife, we are not familiar with the technology here, is try to join the the seminar while cooking, and also maybe sometimes that they also get the activities while waiting for their children studying. That is the good thing. I think this is the good sides of this pandemic. And then the things is that there are many things happens. I think that many people, many students, many parents, and also the government also get difficulties in handling this pandemic. I think that we know this very well, that many people died without any a long time, just like 1 or 2 days sake, then collapse and then passed away. There are so many people do that, and also it happens also in Kediri here, and also I have also families that my sister-in-laws, and then also my uncles, and also got dying of COVID-19, and I think that this happened also in Padang Ibu Yedi. Okay, well, this situation, of course, that makes many people feel unhappy, especially for the students. I think that many students started from elementary school, also even from kindergarten, they are very unhappy because of this situation, because they miss their friends, and also they could not study very well because of the the limited time, and also limited maybe facilities, because they have to learn online. And this situation make the parents stressful and also depressed. Why is it so? This is also based on my own experience, that when my children have to learn online, that for the first few months that I have to sit beside her. It is not for elementary school, but in fact my second daughter is junior high school, and I think it's teenagers. But I think that it's very hard for me to have to sit down near her for about maybe 10 or 30 minutes to to accompany her to join the lesson from the teacher, and it's very hard for us, especially for the parents who work. And of course that I call that this is a stressful thing, not only for the parents and students. The teachers also got a problem with this one. Why is it so? Because that when the teacher try to prepare the learning, the learning, but in fact that they have to do it the online one, and they have to prepare, for example, the laptop, the computers, and many other facilities, just like what they didn't have before. And I think it's quite a big problem for teachers all over the word especially for Indonesian teachers, because that not all of the Indonesian teachers knows about the technology, especially about how to operate computers well. They know it, but sometimes that they just what is it? Just not quite well in English. This is the fact, especially for what is it? The suburb teachers. Okay. And because of the problems, it makes the learning teaching processes, run ineffectively. Why is it so? Because that the problem is very common, happens especially for elementary teachers, especially for those who are very senior teachers, or sometimes maybe over 50 years teachers. It's quite a big problem, because that in fact that not all of them are familiar with the situation, especially how to teach by using online teaching. Yeah. Okay. And then next is sorry. So as I told you, that because of the problem, because of the pandemic, that there is the solution that we do from in the education in general, especially from school in Indonesia, that is using the technology, that is the online learning. As Prof. Yani explained before, that online learning, I think, is a very good, but however, there are many weaknesses here. Yeah, this is the fact, and we cannot say that this is the best solution to without any weakness. It's impossible. Yeah. Then, so what is the aim? We use the online learning. The first, we have to try to be able to teach them. Can the online learning be implemented in English language teaching? Yeah. Of course, that the teacher have to try to teach the students by using the online learning. They cannot do it because that if they teach at school directly, what I mean is without any online learning, for example, that some facilities, it's impossible for them to do it, because that it is forbidden by the government because of the dangerous pandemic. And then how can the online learning here be implemented, and how can technology help the teacher to teach the students in online way? Of course, that the teacher have to try to use this, and before that, our government has to train the teachers. Yeah, there are so many workshop, and also I think besides workshop, also short course related with this one. It also happens in Kediri. There are so many teachers who are not familiar with how to operate computers, even how to switch on the computers. They know it now. So that is the good thing one. And then how far can the technology affect the learning teaching process? Of course, that by using the online learning, and it is a must, yeah, there are good things, and so far they can teach effectively, even though it is not the best one, but there is no choice. They have to do that. How good or how bad they master about the technology, especially about how to operate computers, I think the teachers have to do that. No choice for them not to use that. And then, even though it is a good thing, a good solution, because that technology is very needed right now, as I told you before, that they have also strength and also weaknesses. Not only the good one, but they also have the bad sides of the technology use, that is the online one. What is the strength? The strength is that, as I told you before, for example, since that the housewife can join the seminar, especially for the webinar, and also while cooking in the kitchen. That is about one of the good thing. And also the senior teacher has to learn about how to teach English by using online ways. And the weakness is that many students have problems related with the budget and also sometimes the internet access, because that not all students have good facilities for that one. Sometimes they have money, but the access cannot be well in that place. And sometimes they have a good place, but they have no budget, even though that the government gave some help for this one, especially about sometimes that in here it happens that some government give a group of people who have to use computers in group, just like in near my place here. Okay, next is beside this one, we have to talk about the online teaching here. Of course, that the teacher have to prepare the teaching very well, not like just before, but they have to learn how to teach by using the online way, maybe in extra time. And of course, it happens also for the students that they have to learn in different way, even though that for the last maybe for during this time that the teacher have to use by using, for example, LCD projector and so on. But however, it is at the same place. But nowadays, because it is online in a far distance, the teacher have to make the students are able to learn with all condition. For example, with some maybe limited access or limited facilities, or sometimes with every kinds of they have. And then the next one is that it cannot be separated from teaching and learning, is that it's assessment. So how to assess that? How to assess the online teaching? It's a very quite maybe difficult for people to do this, because there are many things that we can do by using online. Assessment, of course, is also conducted online way. For example, in how to assess the listening, writing, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Of course, that they have their own characteristic. And then, as we know, that teaching is a transferring knowledge in order to facilitate the students to do or to get the knowledge from the teacher. Yeah, of course, that it is related with reading activities, that from sometimes that when the teacher gives a reading text, and then the students have to do it by using many activities, for example, reading comprehension, even though it is online, so we can do this, even though that they have many limited facilities in doing this, because of many things that they have to prepare. So in light with that condition, the teacher should be able to make the learning teaching process something happy. Why is it so? Because that the students will feel happy to join this. We have to try to do that. Why is it so? Because not all of the students are happy to learn by using the online. This is the fact. Many people, many parents, maybe got or maybe feel unhappy because of this. The children, the little children, have to study or have to do the homework by using WhatsApp. And here, in my place here, many elementary student, and also kindergarten students have to do WhatsApp group, and also the assignment have to be given by using the WhatsApp. And I think it's quite a big problem because not all mothers are familiar with this one, and sometimes they have to buy a new mobile phone to do that. And besides that they have to be open-minded. Why is it so? When the teacher and the students do the open-minded, I think that is a little bit problem for them, because that when the teacher give something new material for the students, and in quite limited access, of course that is quite a big problem for them. And then besides that hopefully that the teacher give knowledge to the students. Of course that because it is online teaching, it depends on how students are good in the technology. Yeah. And how to do the assessment related with the online teaching, as I explained before. So the first thing that they have to do is that the assessment have to be done naturally. Why is it so? Because that it must be a very good experience for the teacher and also for the student to conduct the assessment. Why is it so? Because when the teacher give assessment, or when the teacher assess the students, it will be much better when the assessment is conducted naturally, not always test and test. Because that usually in our country here that everything is being tested. That is something that which is quite difficult for them. And then what are we going to assess? Of course, that what we are going to assess is here is related with the materials that is given by the teacher, and it depends on the objective of the learning teaching process, and also the objective of the education in general. And then the next is about the principle, and also about the way how to assess that. Related with the first thing here, that is it must be assessed naturally. That is why that the students should not feel that they are being tested every time. Okay. Well, as I told you before, there are so many things that is conducted by the teachers, and the teacher applied many things, many technology that they can use. For example, just like what we do now, for example, Zoom, and then we can also do Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and then at Moodle, Google Classroom, Telegram, and WhatsApp. I think that it depends on the characteristic of the student and depend on what level, because that nowadays at all level of school, started from kindergarten, from the maybe preschool until university, or maybe until when they work, that they have to use the technology here. So every time of the teacher giving assignment, giving tasks, that they have to use this. And sometimes I myself, when everything is conducted by using this platform, I think for the teachers, for the students, it's not so a big problem, but for the housewife is a problem for them. So I think that how good the technology, of course, that it still have some weaknesses. Okay. The strengths of using technology in teaching, especially about in teaching English, I think it's not only in teaching English, but in teaching in all materials here, that many people know how to make use technology. And I think it depends on the second here. It might be cheaper. It might be. In what way do we think that it is cheaper? Yeah. And then it is also effective. Effective. Why is this called effective? Because that sometimes that it doesn't need much time. For example, now that we do not come to the place, it's also effective. We can do it from at home and also from our own office and also from where we are. And sometimes we can do it while giving or doing other activities. This is the effective one. But however, as I explained before, that there are some weaknesses. Okay, this is something which is quite different. It is need extra what? Extra budget. For example, especially for those who are who has got maybe not good facilities. It's very hard for them to get this. For example, they have to prepare computers and so on. And then also not effective for some people. Not effective. It depends on what kind of job and what kind of subject they have. However, what kind of subject that they learn at schools here, that online teaching is also not effective. Besides, sometimes it's effective. Yeah. For example, when we teach about, when we learn about something about the project and also about the laboratory subject, or maybe about the something which needs practice, it's just not effective. But for the theory, maybe it's a effective one. And then one big thing that it's very much happens here is that there is no emotional engagement between teacher and the students, and also among the students themselves. So in this case, that sometimes that we just talk in front of the computers, just like what we are doing now. But sometimes when we teach in the classroom, when we do it directly, and we meet our students, sometimes that we can motivate them. We can also encourage them to study by, for example, touching their hands or maybe their head and so on. But here we cannot do that. We just talk that, and also something which is a very different one, because that it is something that which is not good when we use the online learning, because there is no emotional engagement among the student, and also among teachers, and also among people around us. Yeah. Okay. And the effect is that and the emotional engagement is less. Yeah. And also the second one is that the students may become depressed of tasks assigned by the teachers. Well, during this time, maybe also the university students also get maybe much assignment every day, and also elementary students, junior high school, and all students from all levels. Every teacher has given their task every time, and also give homework, and they also have limited time, so they have to do it in very short time. Every teacher gives assignment, and every teacher have limited time, and finally the students feel bored. Okay, and then it's time consuming, I think. Why is it time consuming? Sometimes then we have to explain once, when we do it at school or in the classroom, they understand. But sometimes when the teacher explain about it and given examples on the board, or maybe on the screen, that the student do not understand. It's a very sometimes it's more complicated for them. Something which is very easy sometimes being quite maybe confusing for the students. And then the atmosphere is also not as good as when we have offline classes. Why is it so? Because that the teacher and also the student ways, not only in offline, but also the online one. And each of them has their own strengths and weaknesses. We cannot say that offline learning is the best one. Is no, but it depends. It depends on the situation, and it depends on the curriculum. It depends on the of the learning. So, however, that as way of thinking, whether it is using offline or online. But nowadays we do not have a choice. We have to do the online one, and also that we have to choose what kind of platform that we use. For example, whether we use Zoom or maybe Google Form or Google Meet, or maybe sometimes that we also use the Telegram and also Google Classroom. Maybe people say that Zoom is better than maybe Google Classroom, or maybe Zoom is much better than Google Meet. It depends what kind of thing, and also the situation. For example, when I have to teach something which needs practice, for example, when we are going to learn about the laboratory, I think it's much better when we do the offline learning, not the online one. But even though it is better, what about the time? We have to do something else, and we can choose that solution. Okay, this one. Can I answer your questions?
Thank you, Bu Dewi. That's the responses from Bu Dewi. If there is more questions, you may write down on our chat box. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Bu Dewi, that without any offer, that it's must nowadays we teach using online. And since that it will continue in the following days, in the following years, in the following teaching and learning model. So we think about how to blend between the offline and the online learning. And we are as what we call it with our generations. I belongs to the old generation that I have to learn much about the technology, the use of the tools that I need to wisely choose in my teaching and learning process. That's the way in the process of learning, still in the process of learning of that technology. Thank you so much for the answer from the questions from Pak Suhartono. Pak Hartono, if you still have more questions, please raise your hand or you may write or note in our chat box. The next question is Bu Dewi, one more. From Pak Kristanto Gunawan. Yeah, this is the active participants, Pak Kristanto. Most of teachers only give a task without give a tutor video about how to do the task, how to solve it. Thank you. The question is from Pak Kristanto. So most of the teachers give the task without any giving the.
Yes, okay, Pak Kristanto. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay. I do agree, Pak Kristanto. Sometimes that we have to do that. Yeah, I also sometimes do that. What was it? Just giving the instruction and then do this, and so on. Sometimes I see do that. I myself, not. I don't know about it, but I think that many of teachers, can do that. This is for especially for here. What I mean is that my children have those kind of activities. How to overcome that? As I told you, there is one of the weaknesses. Maybe the teacher here is a very basic one, or maybe there is something to do besides teaching. Maybe when I ask my children about this, why do you have so many assignments? Why do you have so assignment to do until late at night? But in fact, that the teacher only gives the videos, and then you have to watch this, for example, tutorial, and after that you do the assignment. That's that one. But in fact, as maybe as a teacher, that we know that it is not a good thing to do, so we have to avoid that. But however, when we have to do that because of no choice, I can say anything. Yeah, I think that's one. But we try to not to do that as hard as possible. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pak Kristanto. Hopefully there is answer your questions about how we deal with the treatment on teaching learning process using technology. Okay, I think we are already on our end of this session, Ibu Dewi, because it's already nearly 11. So we still have one more speaker in this plenary sessions, and I will say thank you very much, Ibu Dewi Kenjanawati, for the insightful, for the great topic, and this session is on ELTT. Thank you once again. And then where presenters, Bapak Ibu and mahasiswa, adik mahasiswa, come to the third with Bapak Agung with also a great topic on developing the cultural communication in ELTT. Please mute. Yeah. I will read Pak Agung CV. Pak Agung was born in 52 years ago, and then he graduated from Teacher Training College, PGRI at that time, and then after working for a while in at the rice factory in Bandung, then he got married in 1953 in Devon, England. After living in London, then he back to Indonesia and got a job in Bandung International School, where he taught Indonesian language and culture to children in many countries up to 2001. After that, he moved to England to live, work, and study. He lived in York, England, where he worked at NGO and taught Indonesian culture. He got a grant from the English government to study English. He also completed the Oxford Cambridge and got the certificate in advanced English from the University of Cambridge Sole Examinations. In 2006, he came back to Kediri and took a master's degree at the State University of Surakarta. He has been working in this University of Nusantara PGRI Kediri for almost 15 years as the head of English Education Department in 2005 to 2009, and he is a total coordinator around in East Java till now. Okay, let's welcome to Pak Agung Wicaksono. Please, I over to you, Pak.
Okay, thank you everybody, and thank you Burika for very long introduction. Okay, anyway, thank you for the time given. I would like to save the time by sharing the screen straight away. Wait a minute. When I'm doing this, sharing my screen, please you can look the 3 questions about yourself first. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. I think all right. Can you see that?
Yes, clearly, Pak.
Okay then. Okay, I'm thinking about intercultural communication because of these three things. Okay. So here, yeah, when you are English lecturers or teachers, you can ask yourself about the three things over there. Is the world getting bigger or getting smaller? Okay. And also the second one over there, should I teach English language and age culture? Okay. And then the third one is, do I know English culture well? Okay. So this is a kind of study that based on the theory and also based on my research, preliminary research, based on my experience as well. Because at the moment I'm also a kind of a trainer for test of English standardized tests in some institution. Of course, I make some English lectures over there. And then when we talk about some, not only the language, but also talking about culture and how important culture in communication. So that's why trigger me to have this kind of study. First, of course, I would like to talk about the function of language, actually, basically first. Based on research and approaches here, there are two things about function of the language here: interactions and communication. Remember though, when you interact with society or mingle with society, and then you use the language for communications. Okay, so interaction based on communication is only one of them, but interaction is the way how you react to others in certain situations. Let's relate my third question, sorry, the first one, that the world getting bigger or smaller. So of course the situations here I'm talking about the globalizations. When you are talking in English, you must be acceptable way, not only the linguistics. For example, your pronunciation is very good, or the vocabulary is so very good. But remember though, here it's always encoded in language, which is a culture. That's why your communication is accepted or not. Because in acceptable way means you have to know about the norms, about the values, habits, and etc. When we are talking about business, for example, if you make a mistake in a culture, if your language is very good, there will be misunderstanding, and then of course the deal with it off. So that's why now, in the future, especially of my students in university, I introduce them about the culture that relate with how to deal communications in that country. Of course, here I'm talking about English-speaking countries. Yeah. And until now, I'm still learning as well. That's why I have the connections with England, because my family lives there now. And you know, we are talking about what's happening in a global way, and also we are talking about anything really about life and education, of course. And then some of them are still sending me about the link of the university that my family works there, and then I share the link that my student can join class with an native speaker in England. But remember though, the time differences, because it's 6 backward. If we are 11 o'clock now over there, and so means still 5 o'clock in the morning. So you have to be awareness about the time. Yeah. So all of them are related with function of language, interaction, communication. Acceptable way here means we are talking about intercultural communication competence. Yeah, that is that what I'm going to talk about. Basically here, when we are talking about the relationship between language and culture, is also from subject and both hypothesis. Yeah. So we are talking about since long time ago, why even though our linguistic is very good, but there's still some misunderstanding because we're not sure and we don't know about the culture. Your language is good, but you don't know when, to whom, and how to address that language to somebody or in certain culture, they will cause misunderstanding. Yeah. So here, when we are talking about relationship between language and culture, when we are talking about thing here in your mind, the first one is about a mean of expression in our society. Means here, our society got a special expressions that sometimes cannot accept it in other culture because it's a characteristic and a very unique. Yeah. And also, I'm talking about A, B, C, D straight away here. It's sort of like because they are connecting each other. When we are talking about language here, we have to be aware about where and to whom and when we have to use that language because often misunderstanding occurs because of the different background of a culture. Yeah. And special terms that we have to use in a special society and also different example. That's why I often share some of expression that used in many areas of English-speaking country, even in England as well. From the north, from north is north and the south, they have like Scottish, right? Scottish, and then Wales here. They have also special expression they use. That's different. One of the example that we are talking about, I have no money. Okay, of course, everybody understand. But in some area, they have their own words to express that you have no money. For example, you can say, I'm skinned. That is in York. And then the second one is in London. Sometimes you say, I'm broke. I think this is almost everybody understand that. And also, I'm penniless. But of course, American people speak confused about this one because they don't use penny as their money, they use cent. So this kind of thing, that's a simple thing, but you have to be aware because they cause misunderstanding. Okay, right. Now, when we are talking about intercultural communication competence, here Dove actually, and with Hymes as well, many people, linguists, they are not historian, but they are talking about the linguist, someone who, and psychologists usually related with intercultural communication competence here. You have to know about the three things here. Yeah. As you see over there, the intercultural communication is the ability to communicate effectively, appropriate in a various cultural context. So you have to be, I can say, well, as a global person, you know, you have to be adaptable, that kind of thing. We have to talk about this kind of thing within the written by Dear Dovia. For example, this one is about knowledge. Of course, we have to know about cultural self-awareness over there, and then cultural specific knowledge, socio-linguistic awareness, as I told you before, to whom and where you speak. Like I can say the other one is how to introduce the people. Okay. The way how to introduce people is also have culture on it. You cannot just say, okay, my name or I am. Okay, there's one of them. But if you introduce somebody else to somebody else, which one that I should mention first, there is a degree over there, rank that you have to, you can say higher rank and lower rank, which one you have to mention first. When you're not talking about gender, of course, in England you have to say ladies first, right? As you know, yeah, you have to mention the ladies first if you want to introduce to the man. But in the work, you have to mention the boss first, higher ranking. In the business, in the shop, of course, which one higher, the seller or the customer? Of course, the customer, right? So, I mean, you mention the customer first because they have the higher rank. That is only the way how to introduce. There are many ways, values, norms in the life, hundreds of them. Of course, it's a lifetime studying. One of them, we can say that when we are learning language, we have to say that we never stop learning because life never stop teaching. That is the proverb that I always remember about learning. Yeah. Okay, the second one is about the skill. The skill is listening, observing, and evaluating here. Means here, when you go to the new culture, or you can say in a different cultural context, you have to listen first. And then if you're not sure, observing, and then if you're not sure, you are asking. Inquiry skills here, that is very important when you are in another culture. And because everything here that you give the attitude means respect, openness, curiosity, and discovery. This is all the things that relate with intercultural communication. Means when you work on your language, please work on your culture. Next. Yeah, here. And also, as I told you before last time, basically here is a community of competence with HIMS. This is a same study field of study with Gerdov. Yeah, both of them are very interested in having research about language and culture. Yeah, as I talked to you before here. Yeah, basically number 1, 2, and 3, and 4. When your language is acceptable in this certain or various cultural backgrounds, and you have to know about these 4 things. As I can say before, as I told you before, talking about to whom and where, and then what kind of language or vocabulary that you have to select when you are communicating in the different background of culture. Okay. Next. Okay. So basically here, in the function of ELT, developing student intercultural communication competence, when you are teaching the language, so please select the material that have values and also the material that have norms. By understanding, by selecting the material that have values and norms means you not only improving the language, the linguistic skill, but also the culture over there, because language and culture is intertwined over there, encoded always, hand in hand, cannot be separated. Definitely, by selecting a good material that have norm and values, automatically that their students' competence in intercultural communication is also increased. Okay, so you can say it's like throw one stone and 2 birds dead, that kind of things, you know. Many talking about one action that can accomplish 2 benefits. Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay, so we have suggestions for me and also for everybody. who learn English and also who is teaching English as well, a teacher or lecturers. So I think it's very important, yeah, to give the opportunities to students to have the experience in developing intercultural communication. Because through material that I talked to you before, selecting the good material that have norm and values. And the second one is through teaching activities. But of course, like most of us now knows about teacher centers, that kind of things. Maybe how we teach, not like 10 or 15 years ago. Okay, the second one. The university should combine English language teaching with intercultural communication in their curricula. If we want our students to have the skill that is acceptable in a globalization era, of course, they should understand about the intercultural communication or culture. Yeah. Except if we just want to stay here and we don't want to mix with other people, yeah, it is their choice. But remember though, as I told you before at the beginning, that the world is not getting bigger, it's getting smaller. Getting smaller here means you will definitely contact easily with other people from other worlds. When I'm talking about English here, because 80 countries that using English as their communication and also do their business from 194 countries, so 80. So it's almost half actually countries in the world using English their part of their communication. Based on the ISO here, International Organization of Standardization, there are 249 countries, but 194 actually independent. Okay. Next suggestions. Lecturers should engage with native speakers or study in English-speaking countries. If you are lucky, or you have to apply. If you're not, you always have a chance anyway to apply. Of course, it's better if the country pay for you, not pay by yourself, because our money is useless over there. Yeah. By learning other culture, actually make our own self-awareness about our culture is bigger. So in the statement, I disagree about we are losing our identity in no way. Based on my own experience and also based on, I can say when we talk, we have a focus group discussion in England when we meet among Indonesian people over there. Actually, like me, I always wear Japanese hat everywhere. So people know me that I'm a Japanese, actually even stronger, not like Indonesian, but I'm a Japanese. So when people meet me in the town, in the city in New York, I always say, hey, Japanese man, that kind of thing. They don't know my name, or maybe they have difficulties in pronouncing my name. Okay, the last one. As I told you before about material, we have to select a good one that have values, norm, even literature, and also philosophy. Yeah. I think that's it really from me. As I can say here, thank you so much, and then you can ask me question, raise your hand, or write in the chat box. I can, in my closing over there, I can say that it's thank you in many ways. Okay, but remember though, you have to know when you have to use one of the expressions. Okay, thank you, Bu Rika.
Well, thank you, Pak Agung Wijaksono, for the nice presentations that language cannot be solely the culture shape. I do agree with you also, Pak Agam. Yeah, one participant already raised their hands, Pak Suhartono there. You can see. Please unmute Pak Hartono if you want to have a question slightly to Pak Agung.
Yeah. Please start unmute and then you can talk to me straight away or in the chat box.
Oh yeah, already in chat box.
Oh, I see. Okay.
How can the cultural communication be assessed then?
Okay. Based on the skill, okay, the component means skill. Okay, if you want to really assess about intercultural communication, that's a skill, and then there you can elaborate into criteria. Okay. Basically here, intercultural communication is not really for to be assessed, but the useful when you are, how useful is that when you are interacting in a global area. Okay, in a global area here, you can see that the importance of intercultural communication. Definitely, competence definitely can be assessed based on the skills that I mentioned before from Derdov. But you have to write down in criteria. Okay, Bu Rika. That's all.
That's the response from Pak Agung, Pak Hartono. If it fits with your questions, and then if it is not, you may give more questions to Pak Agung. I think there is no other questions, Pak, and we are already on the noon right now, and nearly to the parallelization of the presenters on presenting the article or the papers. Thank you so much, Pak Agung, for the time.
My pleasure.
Okay. Well, everyone, Bapak Ibu, adik-adik mahasiswa, we come to our end session on this presentation, and thank you so much for the attention. Thank you, Pak Agus Mujisa, that already stay in here since morning. Thank you so much. And then I will give back the time and the mic to the PMC.
Infinite thanks to the presenters, Mrs. Dewi Kenchanawati and Mr. Agung Wijaksono has described the implication of technology for the continuity of learning and teaching, especially in pandemic era. Also, I would also like to thanks to Mrs. Rika Dewayatingsi as moderator at plenary sessions BNC. Thanks to all participants who are still faithful to this time. The next agenda is a parallel session. Before we head for the next sessions, I want to remind again for all participants, please change the username on your Zoom account with the format your name underscore institution. Thank you. Now, we invite you all to join the break room. We provide several options that you can follow according to your interests. There are approximately 10 break rooms. Then, I completely leave it to each SLO. Okay. To all participants, I remind you once again, please follow or enter the break room by selecting rooms 1 until 10.
Ku mengerti perjalanan hidup yang kini kau lalui. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak mudah. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelamu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Aku di sini, walau letih coba lagi jangan berhenti. Berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang Aku jatuh hati padamu sepenuh hati. Hidup pun akan ku beri, apapun kan ku lalui. Tapi tak pernah ku bermimpi kau tinggalkan aku pergi, tanpa tahu rasa ini. Ingin rasaku membenci. Tiba-tiba kamu datang saat kau telah dengan dia. Semakin hancur hatiku. Jangan datang lagi cinta. Bagaimana aku bisa lupa, padahal kau tahu keadaannya. Kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta. Ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa. Biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Tiba-tiba kamu datang saat kau telah dengan dia. Semakin hancur hatiku. Jangan datang lagi cinta. Bagaimana aku bisa lupa, padahal kau tahu keadaannya. Kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta. Ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa. Biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Jangan datang lagi cinta. Bagaimana aku bisa lupa, padahal kau tahu keadaannya. Kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta. Ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa. Biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa. Biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Aku kesal dengan cara yang sering memisahkan kita, hingga aku hanya bisa berbincang denganmu di WhatsApp. Aku kesal dengan waktu yang tak pernah berhenti bergerak. Dalam sejenak agar aku bisa menikmati tawamu. Ingin ku berdiri di sebelahmu, menggenggam erat jari-jarimu, mendengarkan lagu Sheila on 7 seperti waktu itu saat kau di sisiku. Dan tunggulah aku di sana, memecahkan celengan rinduku, berbangsa denganmu, mengelilingi kota, menikmati seru Jangan matikan HP-mu. Kau tahu aku benci khawatir saat kau tak mau. Kita suka bertanya-tanya, ingin ku bakar dia yang sering mention-mentionan dengan di Twitter. Namun kau selalu meyakinkanku untuk tumbuhkan percaya, bukan rasa curiga. Dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rinduku, berboncengan denganmu mengelilingi kota, menikmati surya perlahan menghilang hingga kejamnya waktu menarik paksa kau dari pelukku. Lalu kita kembali menabung rasa rindu, saling mengirim doa sampai nanti sayangku. Dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rinduku, berboncengan denganmu mengelilingi kota, menikmati surya perlahan menghilang hingga kejamnya waktu menarik paksa kau dari pelukku. Lalu kita kembali mengirim rasa rindu, saling mengirim doa sampai nanti sayangku. Kadang ku kesal dengan sikapmu yang selalu bertanya mana perhatianku. Mungkin kau tak pernah merasakan apa yang ku lakukan di setiap pengorbanan. Ku selalu jadi yang kau mau, menjaga di setiap saat. Tapi kau tak melihatnya. Mana ada aku cuek, apalagi ngepikirin kamu. Tiap pagi aku selalu memikirkan kamu. Bukalah pintu hatimu agar kau tahu isi hatiku. Semua perjuanganku tertuju padamu. Mungkin kau tak pernah merasakan apa yang ku lakukan di setiap pengorbanan. Ku selalu jadi yang kau mau, menjaga di setiap saat. Tapi kau tak melihatnya. Mana ada aku cuek, apalagi kepikirin kamu. Tiap pagi aku selalu memikirkan kamu. Bukalah pintu hatimu agar kau tahu isi hatiku. Semua perjuanganmu tertuju padaku. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 ku milikimu. Janganlah kau merasa bahwa ku hanya main-main. Tolong dengarkanlah, mana ada aku cuek, apalagi gak mikirin kamu. Semua perjuanganku tertuju padamu. Bukalah pintu hatimu agar kau tahu isi hatiku. Semua perjuanganmu tertuju padamu. Mana ada aku cuek, apalagi gak mikirin kamu. Tiap pagi aku selalu memikirkan kamu. Bukalah pintu hatimu agar kau tahu isi hatiku. Semua perjuanganku tertuju padamu.
Makna adalah tentang profesional, menjaga upaya terbaik untuk menciptakan kesempurnaan diri dan tanggung jawab penuh. Makna adalah tentang kolaborasi. Setiap orang dapat berkontribusi untuk mencapai kesejahteraan bersama. Makna adalah tentang selalu siap menghadapi perubahan, mampu bertahan dan saling mendukung dalam kebaikan untuk kehidupan generasi masa depan.
Semua manusia pasti ingin menjadi orang sukses dan bermanfaat bagi orang lain. Untuk dapat mewujudkan itu, langkah pertama yang harus dilakukan adalah belajar. Selamat bergabung menjadi keluarga besar Universitas Nusantara Kediri, universitas terbesar di Kediri Raya.
Keyakinan memiliki kemampuan untuk menciptakan. Manusia memiliki kemampuan yang luar biasa untuk belajar dan mengambil pengalaman hidup sebagai tiket menggapai sukses masa depan. Tiket yang dimiliki oleh mereka yang mau mempersiapkan hari ini.
Perang terbesar adalah perang melawan diri sendiri. Belajar adalah satu-satunya cara terbaik untuk mampu mengalahkan diri sendiri.
Anda ingin tahu siapa diri Anda? Jangan bertanya. Belajarlah dan beraksilah.
Lembutlah pada orang lain, tetapi keraslah pada diri sendiri. Karena nikmat kemenangan hanya didapat oleh orang yang siap menerima tantangan.
Gantungkan cita-citamu setinggi mungkin dan belajarlah cara menggapainya tanpa membuatmu jatuh. Kami siap mendampingi.
Welcome international people. Yuk kita jalan-jalan ke prodi bahasa Inggris. Eits, tunggu dulu. Kenapa sih mereka memilih English Department UNP Kediri?
Sudah pasti dengan dosen-dosennya yang berkualitas.
Tentu saja karena fasilitasnya yang lengkap.
Karena di sini mahasiswa berkesempatan untuk mendapatkan beasiswa.
Kita lagi ada ISR nih. Butuh referensi skripsi. Di sini nih tempatnya. Di sini nih, lab prodi pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Di lab ini nih kita melatih skill listening kita. Let's go! Gimana? Menarik bukan prodi kita? For more information, you can find it here.
Yuk, join English Department!
Kediri!
Kau meninggalkanku, izinkan aku untuk terakhir kalinya semalam saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita, dan aku pun berharap semoga kita tak berpisah. Dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah kubuat. Mengapa kau begitu mudahnya berpikir hanya dalam waktu yang sekejap mata? Ku tahu hanya dirimu bicara, tapi hati kecilku masih mencintaimu. Izinkan aku untuk terakhir kalinya semalam saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita, dan aku pun berharap semoga kita tak berpisah. Dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah kubuat. Oh, izinkan aku untuk terakhir kalinya semalam saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita, dan aku pun berharap semoga kita tak berpisah. Dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah kubuat. Dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah kubuat. Dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah kubuat. Ku tak peduli bila ku benar-benar cinta mati. Ku tak peduli, ku memang begini. Bila ku benar-benar cinta mati, ku tak peduli apa saja yang ku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Kau takkan mengerti yang selama ini aku rasakan. Pasti kau tak peduli bila saja yang kau inginkan aku rela. Bukannya aku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Bukannya aku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Bukannya aku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Ku tak peduli bila ku benar-benar cinta mati. Tiga 30 menit kita di sini tanpa suara, dan aku rasa harus menunggu lama kata darimu. Mungkin butuh kursus merangkai kata untuk bicara, dan aku benci harus jujur padamu tentang semua ini. Jam dinding pun tertawa, dan aku hanya diam dan Sudah terlalu lama sendiri, sudah terlalu lama aku asyik sendiri, lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Pagi ke malam hari tak pernah terlintas di hati. Bahkan di saat sendiri aku tak pernah merasa sepi. Sampai akhirnya ku sadari aku tak bisa terus begini. Aku harus berusaha. Tapi mulai dari mana? Sudah terlalu lama sendiri, sudah terlalu lama aku asyik sendiri, lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Sudah terlalu asyik sendiri, sudah terlalu asyik dengan duniaku sendiri, lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Teman-temanku berkata, yang kau cari seperti apa? Ku hanya bisa tertawa, nanti pasti ada waktunya. Walau jauh di lubuk hati, aku tak ingin terus begini. Aku harus berusaha. Jujur saja ku tak mampu hilangkan wajahmu di hatiku, meski malam mengganggu. Hilangkan senyummu di mataku, ku sadari aku cinta padamu. Meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintamu yang terbaik. Jujur saja ku tak mampu untuk pergi menjauh darimu, meski hatiku ragu. Kau tak di sampingku setiap waktu, ku sadari aku cinta padamu. Meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cinta Manisnya kata cinta lebih baik sendiri. Bukannya sekali, sering ku mencoba, namun ku gagal lagi. Mungkin nasib ini surat tantanganku, harus tabah menjalani. Jauh sudah melangkah, menyusuri hidupku yang penuh tanda tanya. Kadang hati bimbang menentukan sikapku, tiada tempat mengadu. Hanya iman di dada yang membuatku mampu, harus tabah menjalani. Malam-malam aku sendiri, tanpa cinta lagi. Oh, oh, oh. Hanya satu keyakinanku, bintang kan bersinar menerpa hidupku, bahagia akan datang. Jauh sudah melangkah, menyusuri hidupku yang penuh tanda tanya. Kadang hati bimbang menentukan sikapku, tiada tempat mengadu. Hanya iman di dada yang membuatku mampu,
Selamat datang kepada Bapak Ibu yang sudah hadir. Dipersilakan untuk menikmati hidangan yang ada di depan saya sambil menikmati persembahan lagu dari kami Remember Entertainment. Biar vibes-nya tuh kondangin.
Ayun-ayun ombak mengalir jauh malam dari petang. Beribu bintang taburan menghiasi langit hijau, menambah cantik alam dunia.
Welcome international people. Yuk kita jalan-jalan ke Prodi Bahasa Inggris. Eits, tunggu dulu. Kenapa sih mereka memilih English Department UNP Kediri?
Sudah pasti dengan dosen-dosennya yang berkualitas.
Tentu saja karena fasilitasnya lengkap.
Karena di sini mahasiswa berkesempatan untuk mendapatkan beasiswa.
Kita lagi ada ISR nih. Butuh referensi skripsi. Di sini nih tempatnya. Di sini nih, lab Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Di lab ini, kita melatih skill listening kita. Let's go! Gimana? Menarik bukan prodi kita? For more information, you can find it here.
Yuk, join English Department.
Aku di mana? Kenapa aku di sini?
Hey.
Hah?
Kenapa bingung? Nggak usah bingung, ikut aku yuk.
Kemana?
Selamat datang di UNP. Ikut aku jalan-jalan di Prodi Bahasa Inggris yuk. Oh iya, sekarang UNP udah terakreditasi baik sekali loh. Di WiFi area ini, kita bisa ngerjain tugas. Di perpustakaan ini, kita bisa mencari sumber referensi belajar baik digital maupun cetak. Di lab ini kita bisa melatih skill listening kita. Yang di sini ruang kelas kita. Materi kuliah. Di sini nih tempatnya. diskusi di dalam ruangan, kamu bisa diskusi di gazebo. Gimana? Menarik bukan?
Sangat menarik.
Ini?
Makasih.
Tapi apa arti merindu selalu mentari terbit di utara, hatiku hanya untukmu. Ada hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang aku kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Ku berjalan menyusuri cinta, cinta yang abadi untukku selamanya. Ada hati termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang. Ada hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Tepung beras rose brand.
Aku di mana? Kenapa aku di sini?
Hei,
Hah?
kenapa bingung? Nggak usah bingung, ikut aku yuk.
Kemana?
Selamat datang di UNP. Ikut aku jalan-jalan di prodi bahasa Inggris yuk. Oh iya, sekarang UNP udah terakreditasi baik sekali loh. Di WiFi area ini, kita bisa ngerjain tugas. Di perpustakaan perpustakaan ini, kita bisa mencari sumber referensi belajar baik digital maupun cetak.
Di lab ini kita bisa melatih skill listening kita.
Yang di sini ruang kelas kita. Tambahan materi kuliah. Di sini nih tempatnya. Kalau kamu bosan diskusi di dalam ruangan, kamu bisa diskusi di gazebo. Gimana? Menarik bukan?
Sangat menarik.
Ini?
Makasih.
Rasa di mana kau melayang jauh dari jiwaku, juga mimpiku. Biarlah, biarlah hariku dan harimu terbelenggu satu oleh ucapan manismu. Sekilas kau tampak layu, jika kau rindukan gelap tawa yang warnai lembar jalan kita. Ragu dan teguklah mimpiku dan mimpimu, terbelenggu satu oleh ucapan janjimu.
Check. The next agenda is announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the e-certificate will be uploaded on our official website at english.unpkediri.ac.id. Then for all of presenters, please update your paper's progress by regularly visit our conference system at eltt.unpkediri.ac.id. And to close the program, let's recite Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Well, that's wrap up our event. On behalf of Master of Ceremony and all parties involved, finally from the deepest of my heart, I do apologize for my mistakes in presenting this event. The 7th National Conference ELTT, English Language Teaching and Technology, held by English Language Department of UNP Kediri. Thank you very much for your kind attention and participation from all presenters, SLO, until participants. See you next time and stay healthy. The last I say, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya belum ditutup di foyer loh.
I'm sorry, this is closing speech by the head of English Language Department of UNP Kediri to Mrs. Hoylia, please.
Kurang, Mas. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Finally, we have done our activity. On behalf of English Language Education Department, I officially close this program. Thank you very much for your participation. See you on the next conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Mrs. Hoylia. Thank you very much for your kind attention and participation from all presenters, SLO, until participants. See you next time and stay healthy. Setelah saya say, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kediri.
cinta. Aku tak mau menunggu terlalu lama, terlalu lama. Hari ini ku akan menyatakan cinta, nyatakan cinta. Aku tak mau menunggu terlalu lama, terlalu lama. Hari ini adalah lembaran baru bagiku. Ku di sini karena kau yang milikku. Tak pernah ku ragu akan cintamu. Inilah diriku dengan melodi untukmu. Dan bila aku berdiri tegak sampai hari ini, bukan karena kuat dan hebatku. Semua karena cinta, semua karena cinta. Tak mampu diriku dapat berdiri tegak. Terima kasih cinta. Hari ini adalah lembaran baru bagiku. Ku di sini karena kau yang memilihku. Tak pernah ku ragu akan cintamu. Inilah diriku dengan melodi untukmu. Dan bila aku berdiri tegak sampai hari ini, bukan karena kuat dan hebatku. Semua karena cinta, semua karena cinta. Tak mampu diriku dapat berdiri tegak. Terima kasih cinta. Tak pernah ku ragu akan cintamu. Inilah diriku dengan cinta tak mampu diriku dapat berdiri tegak. Terima kasih cinta.
Mohon maaf bila banyak kesalahan ya guys. Senajan kowe ngilang, rapi so tak sawang, nanging ning ati tansah kelingan. Manise janjimu kuwi larani ati. Senajan aku lara ning sing kuat nyungko tatu sing ana dodo pari rasane yen niling kowe angel tambani. Apa aku salah yen aku cerita apa anane wong sing ning sandingmu ben melu krungu piye tenane. Apa aku salah yen aku kudu apa anane ceritane tresno nalika biyen aku lan kowe. Spesial satu buah lagu request dari mempelai. Request lagunya Pak D Didi Kempot yang Kalung Emas. Spesial untuk kedua mempelai dan juga para tamu undangan. Kalung emas sing ono gulumu saiki wis malih dadi biru, luntur kaya tresnomu, luntur kaya atimu, saiki kowe lali karo aku. Kalung emas kumbien tak tuku, tak pasrahke wong kanggo sliramu, gede rasa tresnoku yo mung kanggo sliramu, ra nyono kowe lali karo aku. Loro atiku keloro-loro, rasane nganti tembus ning dodo. Nangisku iki mergo kowe sing jalari kebangetan opo